Okay, back with more Forza today. I'm going to do my standard one race or so without making any changes just so I can remember how to play. I think we're going to switch to World Tour after that. So I will need to buy a Jaguar XKRS. That's Ferrari. This guy? Okay. Wait, that says that's A class. I assumed any of the cars my opponents were racing were automatically the right tier. Oh, whatever, I can do the upgrade. It's actually pretty expensive for the number of credits I have. I am playing this on the new Xbox that I bought to replace my dying one. I think I got everything transferred over, but just in case there's any problems. Yes, hopefully that's fine. Damn, okay. I just assumed I had effectively unlimited money if I wasn't trying to collect them for anything and just get them for events, but that is not true. Especially since I'm probably not earning money anymore since I'm not placing well in the races anymore. That'd be another thing that if I was playing this off stream, I would almost certainly just play on easy. Just to get... Because it's like you just get less money, right? Because you're almost certainly going to perform more poorly the more stuff you turn off. That's a structure disconnect problem, though, right? Of the really only reason to turn things off is kind of for its own sake instead of it being emphasized somehow in the core gameplay loop. Really? Okay. Whoa, okay. Remember what I'm doing here. Not doing that. Any car that's natively A-class or higher is probably rear-wheel drive, right? A reasonable expectation to have. Shit. Rear or four-wheel drive. I think maybe a part of my problem is that, like, the really exciting changes from changing where the, use my words here, really exciting changes from turning things off become most apparent and most, like, fun to play around with, I think, at the absolute highest tiers of cars and the more extreme tracks. And here it's like, I think what's going on is I've done this track a bunch of times with other cars, I assume. And I guess I'm in an S-tier car, so I'm technically moving through the track much more quickly, but it's harder for me to feel how much more quickly I'm doing things. I just need to go way back. Really fucking it up here. I think Enthusia may have thrown me off a bit here. I guess I'm going 49 miles an hour there. It doesn't feel like it though. It was pretty apparent on the Lotus track, that crazy, twisty Italy track. And on the Alps track with the big, giant, wide turns everywhere. Need to get like an AI-assisted fan to blow in my face or something. Actually, wouldn't mind having like majesty lines, like have lines on the screen, initial D lines to show how fast I'm going. Imagine they don't include those for immersion reasons. Yeah, this is bad. It'll be fine if I finish last here. I just need to get my sea legs back from last week. And I figured I ended on A class last time and I got like 4th or 5th place when I did a racing car. Or I would have if the rewind didn't screw me over. The whole point is I'm supposed to like build some kind of transferable skills that carry over to other racing games, so if I can't boot into an S-Class car after a week, that's a big problem if we're playing another one of these games in a couple years or whatever. I still suspect the main thing that's never going to transfer is track memory. I will never remember a track in any of these games. Unless if it's structured like Midnight Club 2, but even then I'll only know the track for the duration of me practicing it to beat it. So that's what makes me nervous about ever turning the racing line off. Because with no racing line, there's absolutely no way for you to forecast a turn other than to just have memorized it. I guess you can look at the map in the bottom right corner and try to guesstimate based on that. Watch the AI cars. It makes sense. Basically never looked at the mini-map in this game before. So I can't really see their brake lights. I'm trying to pay attention to it here in preparation for it. Not last. So I had to pay a lot for the tune-up there too, since I don't have the affinity reward. It's a giant waste of money. Oops. Whatever, I'll go into World Tour where I don't think it matters. Okay. Okay, well, I need to stay on something that's not... It's pointless to race anything that's... that controls... Sorry, I could use my words here. It's pointless for me to race with anything that controls well, because that's not what the game is about. So I should pick something that controls like dog shit for the World Tour. Sportsman Series.
The Sportsman Series will show you more of the world and ratchets up the competition with performance coupes and sedans. Today we return to New Hampshire for another event on the winding track at Maple Valley Raceway.
I don't want to be in New Hampshire. Do I want it to be top of the class it's in? Does that matter? So what's top of A? No more than 600? So this is fine. I don't really care what I'm driving, like they're all the same as long as it's got the rear wheel drive, right? And it's not super heavy. Okay. This might still end up being too fast, I don't know. Okay. I want to do better than 7th place before I turn ABS off. Hey, Alfalfa, how you doing? Is that just something you know about this car, or did you see it in the stats when I was selecting it? Oh, congratulations. Good luck with that. Do you have to defend it, or you just turn it in? Is that your stopping point, or is it a stepping stone for PhD? Okay. Oh, right on. Yeah, my wife had to defend her. They called it a candidacy for PhD. She had to do a master's thesis and then defend it. Congratulations, break a leg. Hard part's over. My understanding is it's generally true in academia that they won't even let you defend unless if they're pretty sure that you're ready, so it's not nothing to be like super stressed out about. Yeah, nice. Take a nice break. I still can't really tell when I'm having a traction problem. I was trying to pay attention earlier when I had TCS turned on that it would pop up in the bottom right corner, and I'm trying to feel for when the controller vibrates, but I don't know if it always vibrates when I'm slipping. Yeah, exactly, that makes sense. Just a regular 360 controller here. I need the game to like pop up with a giant, your tires are slipping, idiot. Okay. That would be very helpful for me to make those connections though. Except fourth place, it's better than I was doing. Yeah, I use an Xbox One controller for most PC games, but I physically have to play this on an Xbox 360 because of
You're on your way back to Italy
the nightmare
to
that
test your
is
luck
game
on the
licensing.
Mugello Autodromo Internazionale.
I don't own the Chevy Spark anymore, or whatever it was. I don't have to pick that. Oh, this is gonna be annoying, isn't it? Maybe this is fine. Costs nothing. Okay. I'm basically gonna have to pop out constantly to switch cars during World Tour. Okay. I'll try that next time. Just want so badly for the game to just pick a car for me and pick a level for me and say, okay, you gotta clear this now. Enthusiast made me so happy in that respect. Ah, shit. It's like, we're gonna make this mode feel actively worse in the service of letting you drive whatever car you want. It's like, I don't want to drive whatever car I want. At least give me the option to have it pick for me, right? Difficulty setting. I'm leaving it on just because it's convenient for stream. I can try to learn what I did wrong on that one turn without having to complete a whole lap to try it again. You get more money if you completely turn it off. I kind of wish it was the other way around. I wish every player was allowed to have it on and it penalized you money each time you used it or something. I'd like to have it as an option and then get rewarded for good play if I never have to, but... Kind of feels like no fail mode in Rock Band, and how eventually Rock Band just moved to that being the default. Because, like, you know, if you fail in Rock Band, if you play so poorly to have triggered no fail mode, it's still going to reflect in your score. So the fact that the song actually ends after some arbitrary number of notes is missed is kind of pointless. It's like your failure has already been recorded, and the same would be true for rewinding here. Like, if you had to press rewind, your failure has already been recorded, both for yourself and potentially in a system that punishes it. This one is pretty granular, though, so that's nice. Oh, God. Oh, okay, that's kind of an interesting way to do it. It's like the way a video game would handle it. I do think rewinds are like borderline necessary if you want to like actually onboard players into this genre. It's a very smart mechanic to be here. We were talking about with the asymmetry of a race, that all that matters is the last second, right? I guess I really like that about Enthusia, that it's like grading you constantly. Like you get graded on every conceivable driving decision as opposed to just, okay, well, what did your time end up being at the end? Oh god, that might get me in trouble. Shifted in the wrong direction. Didn't fuck up my engine, it looks like. Come up at third place. It is, yeah. I have it on hard right now, which is way too hard for me, but probably the only way I'll get better. Oh, really?
Today it's back to Dunsfold, England for another event.
Does it do some kind of trying to adapt to how well or badly I'm playing? Okay. Yeah, I'm doing World Tour now instead of Event List. I'm very puzzled by World Tour in general compared to Event List, because it's not like a super structured game mode. Like, it feels more like it's like a shuffled playlist, I guess. But there's like some hidden structure to it. That structure's not obvious to me. Alright, this is a more video gamey level than what's usually in the Event List. Does this just care about points, not about time? So more pins knocked down is better, right? I should try to fit through the center. Actually kind of like Enthusia. You're traveling too slow, you can't score. Okay, keep you from cheesing it, I guess. I want to beat the target. I'm curious whether World Tour will ever tell me you performed too badly, you have to do that again.
Now it's time for another attempt at racing your way through the demanding Sebring International Raceway.
Not Florida. I'll turn off ABS as soon as I get first place in any race. Which might be a while. I think I got one last week after cranking the AI up to hard. You always start in the back in this game, right? One of those things I have to get used to because it's like almost totally inconsequential in like Mario Kart, but a huge deal in this game. Ass is shaking everywhere. Oops. Further back, it's too much. Like with this car, I can shift down twice on a turn. I guess it depends. I'm very bad at downshifting on a turn. I don't know how much is correct How much is dangerous? Motherfucker. Close call. All right, I guess ABS is coming off. Oops. Modern Gran Turismo is really dumb because they do rolling starts that are super spread out. So instead of making the AI hard to race against you, just take forever to catch the leader. Relying on starting behind to artificially inflate difficulty teaches bad habits. Yeah. Right, because it's like so crucial that you do a bunch of stupid things to overtake at the start. Just to make the rest of the race more reasonable. Wait a minute. Okay, I think I misunderstood. May as well turn that on. I know I said it doesn't really matter, but I don't think full line off is gonna happen. I'll try it. I'll do it for a few hours, but I think it's just gonna be a disaster. For me anyway, it substitutes for me not knowing the track. This is already different. I think this is more significant than maybe you were giving it credit for. Okay, I see it there. I guessed correctly there. There's a bunch of places where the track like goes off in a direction I'm not expecting. And the racing line fixed that. Pit stops and stuff, I guess. I guess I still have rewind if I end up like driving into a wall or something. They conveyed with cones instead? I don't feel ABS off, but it might be because I'm always been braking as though I had ABS off, so we'll see. I'm so afraid of braking hard. Alright. I need some banana coins on the track, please. This must be the adaptive difficulty, because I would be getting slaughtered right now in event list. At least I'm not crashing the car, knock on wood. Conveyance. Okay. Much as this is significantly harder for me without the line, it's kind of nice having the extra noise removed from the track. It's really hard when I'm like trying to overtake and there's this giant green line that's like telling me what you're doing is wrong. And that's gone now for the most part. I know that's not what the green line is saying, but it always feels like when I have to go a path other than the green line that I'm like letting the game down in some way. If you happen to notice the lack of ABS getting me in trouble ever, just speak up and tell me when it happens. I don't know how I'm supposed to pick up on that. Nope. Tire smoke? And one problem is I have like super bad tunnel vision in this game. I don't know if that's true of all racing games. I'm just looking at what's coming up on the track exclusively, and so anything else that's on the screen, like I could barely look at that damage indicator on the right. I need to have like a really fucked up World of Warcraft UI where like everything is centered and like 20% translucent around the dead center of the screen or something. You make a racing game that looks like Cruelty Squad. It's like bullshit, terrible UI. A giant beating heart that reads idiot whenever you screw something up. Guy's got a really wide face. The wide face is the most interesting looking one.
And you're off once again to the dynamic twin-ring Motegi circuit in Tochigi Prefecture, Japan.
Mystery bonus. Maybe they try to like increase the difficulty based on the class you selected or something. It is interesting with Enthusia where it does seem to take some training wheels off and then keep them off. It's not doing a calculation where it says, okay, well, here's a mission where we're going to give you TCS back, but we've calculated it so that it's still harder than the previous mission where it was off, right? I don't know. I guess there's just a lot of variables that affect actual difficulty versus perceived difficulty. It makes it really difficult to learn, I think, in a game that's structured more like this. I don't know if I should feel good about placing first in those last couple of races or just be like, oh, the game cheated and drop the AI difficulty down so you haven't actually learned anything. I think I like that in Enthusia though, that it's able to do that, that it's able to say, you know what? You now appreciate what TCS was doing for you. We're going to turn it off forever, and everything is going to be that much harder as a result. And we're going to balance everything around that assumption. We'll give you a fairly difficult level to make you kind of come to grips with the fact that it's been turned off. It seems very hard in Forza to be able to tell if you're performing well because you're better at the game, or if you're performing well because of the track you're on, or because of the enemy AI, or... Shit, that's annoying. Hit each other when I was coming up this way before. They took some actual damage from that. Okay, I think I just felt the brakes lock up there. That's cool. Basically, I think my brakes paranoia from driving a motorcycle has correctly carried over to having ABS turned off here. When I expect it to be a problem, it is a problem. At least when my brakes lock up here, I don't go flying off the bike. Shoot out the windshield or something. I think you could very easily make new enthusiast style levels, driving revolution levels, where there are other cars on the track, and the little progress gates account for that. That's the Enthusia 2 obvious next thing to do with the mode, right? Probably even have it so that the little gates are bound to the car that's in front of you, and then instead of them being static on the track, they're trying to teach you something specific about overtaking or whatever.
Today, it's back to the sun-baked desert of Arizona for an event at Sedona Raceway Park.
Well, so this one can go up to S, and it's fine. I guess it's when it goes up significantly more than one tier that it's a problem. Yeah. Let's do one more. Do that meme where it's like the universe where Enthusia 1 didn't release at the same time as a Gran Turismo game, and it's like Utopia. We're in space already. We've got full luxury gay space communism. Enthusia Pachinko machine. I wonder if that game not succeeding is like, you know how in Game of Thrones, like George R.R. Martin's whole pitch was like, what if the legendary hero died at the start of the book unceremoniously and what was essentially an accident? You do that, what is it, the Morrowind thing, where it's like your actions have created a ruined world, low to save or keep living in this doomed existence. Obi-Wan Kenobi, you were the chosen one meme. I like that game a lot. Like, I really earnestly enjoyed Enthusia. And not even in like a, well, I'm gonna make the best of this because I have to play this racing game because my system is obligated me to, right? Like, no, I was actually having fun and like looking forward to the next levels and stuff and going, wow, this is what it could be like in an alternate reality. Sure. Yeah, I guess it also sort of had a similar marketing problem to something like Driver San Francisco. We know that Driver San Francisco didn't fail due to marketing, but you know, it seems like a game like Burnout 3 Takedown successfully like penetrated the public consciousness about what a fun arcadey racing game is like, but like I've never even heard of Enthusia before that stream. And it certainly isn't presenting like the driving revolution mode as like this amazing idea. We're building a simulationist racer with like actual video gamey levels. Yeah, kind of a lame name. If it wasn't for that stream, I would have just, if you had like shown me the box art for that game, I would have just been like, okay, that's, you know, generic racing game number 7322. Oh my god. I'm gonna go a little bit further back here and try to deal with this. I'm already having a problem at this point. Okay. Ooh, sand is not good. Oh, come on, man. They deliberately sabotaged me there. Is there any like prohibition against that in actual racing? Like I imagined with the way this all works out, having to suddenly hit your brakes because of somebody in front of you brake checking you could like completely cause you to spin out and die, right?
Today you'll get back on track at Northamptonshire.
It seems like
Silverstone
realistic racing sort of depends on the gentleman's agreement that everyone will like do their best.
In Autocross, weave your way through cone gates to beat the target time.
You can have to deal with something that's like non-deterministic, but you're expected to have plenty of time to make a plan. Gotcha. Really? Drive between the cones, they said? Have to like savor these like levels that are actually levels. Okay. I feel like getting a level like this in Forza is like that cartoon with Mickey Mouse and Donald Duck where he like slices the transparently thin bread. Yeah, exactly. Oh, it's literally gonna grade me based on a 4-minute. Okay. Yeah, it's like Enthusia, but not good. Because I could be a dead man walking. I could have been a dead man walking for like minutes at this point. And I have no way of knowing because it's only gonna grade me at the end. I wonder what you'd have to call Enthusia to like get it a market, right? I don't think it's like a Wii U level bad name for a game. Metal Gear Racing, I don't know. I want some of those Enthusia soundtrack bangers back too. Maybe I could just put on the OST for the rest of this. There's a couple of songs on there that like legit fucking sound like JRPG boss music. It's ridiculous. Merge it with Auto Modelista. Yeah, it does. It looks pretty dull. It was super stylized, but it was still trying to do the simulationist thing. I think that could work.
Return to Barcelona's majestic Circuit de Catalunya.
Okay, I see what you're saying about the World Tour getting quite a bit longer, even just here in the third race. Probably done enough event lists now, though, that I can just do nothing but World Tour for the rest of it. I hope that that driving revolution mode is like considered by the indie racing dev community at large as something to at least draw on, if not have as an optional mode. But I think there's a lot of lessons in there about how to do that sort of game right, or at least do that sort of game for people who aren't already like true believers, converts in the racing genre. Oops. That happened again. What does hire driver do? Just to like watch the game or something? Okay, very good. So they can like have it running on like demo stations on like the E3 floor or something? I think I felt the ABS there again. Enthusia is so good at giving you such great constant "you're a dipshit" feedback whenever you fuck something up. Here sometimes I think I get like bad lessons, like I'll like drive through the grass and get an overtake because of it and be like, okay, that was good apparently. I think something that I want them to do if an Enthusia 2 existed would be so that it shows like you start with max score and then you only lose score instead of you building score up to a threshold. That would make it clearer if a mistake you made was like catastrophic or not. Even that's just like a UI thing. Trying to cater to people who don't actually want to play the game. Well, that makes sense. What the hell, Sixgun? You got those backwards driving on? And the other way around? That's a nightmare, I'm sorry. Something that would be nice would be some kind of like over-the-top audio setting in this game. I think the audio UI dings in Enthusia when you succeed or make mistakes are really like noticeable. And I get that most players wouldn't want them on if they're trying to be immersed in a racing game, but having that, I think you could convey that turn indicator thing that pops up on the left side of the screen that I'd never look at because I have tunnel vision. I think you could make sound effects for each of those that kind of stand out. That could help me to just sort of, you know, naturally learn what I should and shouldn't be doing. Oh, I misread what you said. You'd call enthusiasts a simulationist game. Forza is a gamified simulation. Okay, I put the emphasis on the wrong syllable or something. You're saying that Enthusia is at its core more of a game, and at its core this is more of a toy or a simulation or whatever. Hey guys, Smiley, how you doing? I have never played with a wheel. I'm not good at these games. Let's see. Looks too much like a cool snake. I don't like the things on his ears. I guess it's probably the most like unique looking. He's got goofy ears, but does it actually provide resistance, or does it just like buzz, like with haptic feedback? That'd probably be pretty helpful.
The next stop on your tour is America's historic Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
That's really cool. Yeah, I'm a complete and utter novice with racing games, so be kind. Especially with simulationist racing games. Most of my experience is Mario Kart, and I know nothing about cars, so everything I've learned on stream in like the past several years. That's cool. A lot of me sucking at it, though, comes from me not knowing how cars work, so trying to learn those things. What is the closest thing to an indie simulationist game, or does that not even exist at all to begin with? And we've already discussed the fairly significant roadblocks to trying to make an indie game in this subgenre. But is there anything that even, like, is kind of a schmorza? Super hardcore sims. But those are even less interested in being video games, I suppose. Interesting. I guess I don't know that the Pokemon aspect is crucial to the genre identity based on the other games I've encountered so far. Maybe it being almost Pokemon-like is actually an apt explanation for some of the other issues with the genre. Sure. Should have looked at chat there. Right. Which I think could just go away pretty easily. We already know that, like, Grand Theft Auto and everybody else is more than willing to make a, you know, a schmorsha or reproduce a specific kind of dirt bike and just call it a Dirty Sanchez or whatever, right? And that seems to be fine. Sure, yeah. It would be cool to play a game. I mean, even Enthusia is kind of bound to the real world cars, but it seems very interested in giving you extreme cars. Like, here's a fucking minivan. It's kind of hard to say, like, is the issue that the focus is too broad, or that it's too narrow, or that it's too broad in some respects and too narrow in others? It's like if Pokemon's the comparison of like needing to catch all the car models, right? Collect them all. Like it needs to have like a Monster Sanctuary type game, right? Where it's like, okay, yes, we have 100 Pokemon, but they're all like really substantively different from each other. 'Cause I think the Pokemon comparison is actually pretty apt in that, yeah, there's hundreds of cars, but a lot of them are pretty degenerate with one another other than their looks. They don't really control substantively differently. It's a frustrating thing about Pokemon that you have all of these different like types and moves, and it really doesn't matter. You could reduce the roster by like 90% and pretty much have the same game. And that's kind of a bummer. It's like, why are we even bothering? Yeah. They coast on the hard work they did to get the sim to feel good, right? Yeah, right, exactly. No, I think it's, I think this name has been using it that way the entire time, fully aware of all the implications of comparing it to Pokemon. But yeah, we're just now coming around to like how accurate that actually is. Same with like Game Freak, right? So, you know, they're just gonna make $1 billion, so why should they try? Yeah, so the kind of discussion we've been having with Forza is that, so yes, there's definitely a gap between arcadey games and simulationist games, and that's completely fine. Like, there's markets for the two different kinds of games. Yeah, Mario Kart shouldn't be competing with Gran Turismo. Burnout Takedown should not be competing with Forza or whatever. That's totally cool. But I think that nested inside of simulationist games, they've all sort of kind of tacked toward being like sandboxes, like toys that you play with, as opposed to like video games that have structure and levels and challenges and tutorials that are meant to teach you how to play them, right? They've kind of become very insular. So it's like people who are already into simulationist racers will play the newest Forza game or whatever, or the newest Gran Turismo game. But there doesn't seem to be a lot of interest in like iterating inside of that genre, just releasing the same game over and over with a new roster update of cars, you know what I mean? And there doesn't seem to be a lot of interest in making like a video game that's still simulationist at its core. It still has realistic driving physics. You know, it still tries to recreate realistic racing. It doesn't have red shells or pancaking your opponents into walls or whatever, but it's still structured like a video game is structured, that it has a mode where it starts you off on easy tracks that are meant to teach you specific things about braking or traction or
excellent job.
Steering or whatever, right?
And are now qualified for the
Instead, these games just all kind of assume that you know how all that shit works. And this is probably the most accessible game in that it lets you turn all these things off, but there's still not a mode that like selectively turns off, okay, in this level we're going to have a really extreme track that's going to force you to understand what ABS is doing for you, because we're going to turn the ABS off and we're going to have a really sharp turn where we force you to brake really hard, right? That doesn't exist. And it could exist without becoming arcadey. Yeah, mystery bonus. Yeah. That's kind of what the frustration is. It's like the genre has kind of hit a holding pattern for lots of different reasons. It seems like part of it is sort of a monopoly by the AAA racing game devs on the licenses to use these cars, a monopoly on the physics engines themselves, because it's very, very difficult. Like if an indie dev just wanted to set out to recreate Forza Motorsport 4 from scratch, just make a clone of it so that they could start trying to put level design into it, like the task of recreating it is almost impossible. It's sort of like an indie dev trying to make an MMO, right? Like everybody has to reinvent the wheel over and over and over to get online connectivity for an MMO to work. Oh, I remember this track. This is a fun track. More interesting. Yeah. Played a game on an emulator last week for the PS2 from Konami called Enthusia Pro Racing that I had never heard of before. That is a simulationist racing game that has a mode that's like totally structured like a video game that's trying to teach you lessons and like kind of ease you into the game. And I was like shocked. I'm like, oh my god, I can't believe this exists. Oh yeah, because you like can't go fast. Yeah, you can play it on a PS2 emulator. If you check it out, the mode is called Driving Revolution, and it blew my mind. Get it downloaded in an afternoon. I'm excited to check that out once it comes up on Subblock, once we finish Driving Revolution. I think this is my favorite track in the game because it's the most extreme, right? It is super memorable. This one I might actually end up remembering the course by the time we're done playing Forza. I guess that's another thing too, is I know that real racing doesn't have extremes like this most of the time, right? A lot of the other tracks in the game are much more true to life, and I'm guessing part of the simulation is having realistic tracks, but I think part of making a video game is making over-the-top tracks like this one. No, that's too bad. That's really cool. The fighting games are pretty bad about that. I hear they're getting better about it now. I do think a lot of game design like descends from looking at your set of knobs on your board, your variables that you can set, and then saying, what happens if I set this one to 0 and set this one to 100? Maybe it doesn't always have to be the most extreme setting. Maybe it's set this one to 10 and set this one to 90, or set this one to 80 and set this one to 20. But it seems like for the most part, Forza, all the knobs are like tuned to like 52.3, 47.8 in every single race, and it's like, okay, well, that's cool. I'm sure that that's what it's like in real life, but it doesn't feel like a video game level. And I occasionally get my Mickey Mouse transparent bread slice when I do one of those levels where you have to like drive through the cones or drive into the bowling pins or whatever.
Now it's back to the Georgia asphalt of the Road Atlanta course.
Fighting games are a good comparison, Robin. Yeah, I think you could... It's like, you could do it with a tutorial, but wouldn't it be neat to have a fighting game campaign where, like, you fight a character who's just spamming zoning abilities over and over, and you're forced to understand, how do I overcome a character who's spamming zoning abilities? Like, that's a kind of extreme that isn't realistic to, like, the high level of play. You're not going to encounter the player who's just spamming Dhalsim's fireball over and over or whatever. But you can learn from the extreme and then apply it to a more general case later where the dials are tuned more toward the middle. Yeah. I know the phrase silent majority is loaded, but I do think there's probably a silent majority. There's what we've been talking about, that there's probably a lot of people who feel through vibes that something has gotten kind of measurably worse or stagnated with racing games, but haven't really put in the brain power to, like, articulate what their issues are. They just feel that things are lame now and didn't used to feel as lame. And I think that if you gave them an amazing racing game with an actual, like, structured career mode or campaign or something, that they wouldn't, like, turn their noses up at it and go, ew, gross. I don't want anything that's good. They're just kind of, you know, tolerant of the slop that's on the market right now because that's the only thing that's on the market. And it's like, if you're hungry, you'll eat whatever. That is very, very near the top of my, like, social pet peeves. Any kind of argument that takes the form, well, people are buying this the way it is right now, therefore criticisms of it are irrelevant because clearly the market doesn't agree. Oh, it makes me so mad. Such like a self-reinforcing, perpetuating prophecy kind of a thing, right? Yeah, I think there's crosstalk there. I think they do interact with each other, right? But something's got to give. The cycle needs to be broken somewhere. It's a kind of enshittification process that can happen to certain subgenres of art, especially with video games. That was kind of my read on Forza Horizon, knowing nothing about these games, that's like why you play it, is oh, pretty graphics. I'm just gonna drive around, bro, and enjoy the pretty graphics. I think it's the same side. I hate that quote from Will.i.am. Like, he's not wrong, but It's such a frustrating, like, thing to say. It's such a low integrity thing. One of those, like, do you expect companies to just not be scummy out of the goodness of their hearts? Yeah, actually. And I think that if they're not, we should hold them to task for it. Like, that should... It's the way we start creating demand for them to not be scummy, is to demand that they not be scummy. And be disappointed when they choose to be scummy because they can get away with it, you know what I mean? It's very annoying. Didn't see the missing message, yeah. Yeah, I see your point. I just drove the Chevy Spark with all assists on for 20 hours. I'd be like, what the fuck? Why would anyone play this? You're saying people are doing the equivalent of driving the Chevy Spark for hundreds of hours and not wanting more. I wonder how we got to the point where holding people to task is through financial penalties. Supposed to, like, breed innovation, right? Weird how it just kind of stalls once they've bred enough innovation that they don't have to breed any more innovation. I know we're on the same page about that. Goofy.
Today, it's back to the sun-baked desert of Arizona for an event at Sedona Raceway Park. In oval race, race against a full field in a high-speed oval.
Draft your opponents. Literally just gonna let me ride B-Class Lotus for the rest of the game. I feel it's gonna force me out of it eventually. I guess that's kind of how I feel about the discussion we were having in Discord recently about, like, Atlas games, where it's like the takeaway I get from, you know, Atlas keeps doing this kind of scummy thing where they re-release their game at full price with a whole bunch of extra content instead of just putting it out as DLC. And, you know, the defense is that, well, Atlas players keep buying the game and eat their slops. What are you going to do about it? It's like, well, it's kind of frustrating that the people who like these games are just willing to eat slop. This is sort of a fun track. Feels a little different. I should feel the effects of drafting here, I assume. I want to have a mode where I can like see a projection of what would happen if I downshifted. Like have a second line. It's a tachyometer in the bottom right. A second line on the tachyometer that projects what would happen if I press downshift. It's hard for me to learn when I need to downshift in a way that wouldn't like be catastrophic. This is a cool race. This feels different. Feels like I'm not just doing the same thing over and over. I had someone in high school that had that 370Z. Yeah, this is fun. It's different. It's extreme. The whole idea is that you really can't get too much out of your racing line, and braking isn't really a thing at all, so you overtake almost exclusively through drafting. That was fun. I like that level. It's not that I always want to do that race. It's just nice to have a race that felt like really substantively different from the other ones. Oh, wow. I feel like I gotta take that for the crazy art job. It's a Beamer. Fine.
Today you'll revisit Switzerland and the twists and
Yeah, it's
turns
cool.
of the Bernese Alps.
I do like this level, or at least I've liked versions of this level that I've been on. Alright, make me go to S now. That's nice. Yeah, sure. I mean, I was putting up with that complaint during Persona 5 as well. It's like, well, you keep complaining about this thing you don't like, but the games sell millions of copies. It's like, appeal to the market is the most infuriating argument. People are fine with it, apparently, so they'll say that about Pokemon as well. Definitely encountered that. Well, people keep buying Pokemon, so I guess that's just how it's going to be forever. Oh, I see. Like, it's actually testing if I'm changing cars every time. B to S is maybe a bit of a jump. Let's see if I can make sense of it here before it's too late. Shit, it's more damaging than I thought it was going to be. It's a brake pad that took some damage. Let's try to deal with it. Who doesn't love their Lotus Elise? Yeah, this is another course that I actually enjoy because it feels very different. And it's pretty, which is a bonus, but... This is a fantasy course, right? Oh, that was bad. I imagine. I think any kind of collision is worse than it appears to be just because of the speed I'm going at, probably. I think I like this course because I can feel the speed. There's a whole bunch of things in the course that make it easier for me to tell that I'm going much faster than I usually am. Just fuck up my engine. Yeah, see, so that was... I shifted down by accident, and then I needed to, like, look at the thing on the right and just completely lost track of what I was doing. Let's go back here. This was before it happened. It's also before I overtook, but... Oh yeah, even in the driving revolution mode where you're not seeing much of the track most of the time. The track never feels like I'm like playing Trackmania or something, right? It's not like cartoonish, but it's extreme enough to demonstrate whatever they're trying to demonstrate. Feels really good. This track's pretty fun too. Feels suitably different. Ooh, that was a mistake. At least I felt the mistake before it was too late. We have a similar area on the climb up the mesa to this here in New Mexico, but it's like nowhere near this wide. It's barely wide enough for two cars, and you would not go up at 144. You would take that at like 35 miles an hour. This is another one where it's possible I might memorize this track because it feels distinct enough. If I were really practicing it a lot or needing to get first place on it on a really hard level, maybe. Well, I'm doing better because the World Tour mode cheats the difficulty. It's either rubber banding it or it's basing it on the level I've selected or on my past performance or something. Because when I first loaded into World Tour, I got like 5th or 6th place or something. I think it's trying to do like, oh, make the baby feel better.
Welcome back to Shimotsuma, Japan, where you can test your skills once again on the twists and turns of the Tsukuba circuit.
Okay. I always take the mystery bonus. So this is drawing from the event list, right? Pretty much it's locking in what cars I'm going up against, but it's locking in the track that I'm playing on, but then I'm picking an event that maybe changes the cars I'm racing against. Oh, this one was an Enthusiast. Oh yeah, the big tire gate. Ah, okay, I see. I mean, not open with immediate suspension damage. Can avoid it. Or steering. Normal things that happen when you're racing. Is this a particularly like twisty track? Like, be careful looking at chat sometimes. I have an okay intuition for when it's safe to glance over really quick. Didn't think you were gonna do that, bud. I don't think I'm ever gonna overtake them. It's too annoying. I think I know what I did wrong there. Better suited to low to mid classes. Am I here on S right now? That's the only way I'm going to overtake, is through that kind of cheese. Kind of impressive how quickly the computer cars can recover when they like literally crash into a wall like that. Big, wide turns like the Alps track seem really good for the fast cars. Watching a highway engineering channel for a while because it was kind of cool to get some insight into something I just have zero intuition for. And kind of talking about like how wide you have to make a turn in order to get it to support 100 miles per hour or something or whatever. I like the concept of the multi-class events. I kind of wish they did these in video games just to make sure you always have traffic that you have to pass or deal with. It is, yeah. I learned a lot from it. A good video. Maybe I'll post it in Discord later. Practical engineering or something. Did a video about like why does it seem like construction projects take so long. That kind of gives a better intuition for what's going on. But it's part of what makes Elon Musk's like Hyperloop concept so stupid. is you have to make these giant, very wide curves to let cars go as fast as he wants them to go. And you have to dig all that under cities. Doesn't matter how perfect your tunneling system is. You've got foundations to deal with, you've got rights to deal with. Yeah, go for it. Oop. Yeah, right? Like, it's really, really hard and very dangerous to dig. Very expensive, it's a very lengthy process. Yeah, the do not eat video about it was really enlightening. I didn't realize like how they have to replace the cutting heads constantly, and like people in the machine have to adapt to the pressure constantly. Talks about a problem where like they had to remove a busted cutting head in some project. I think it was in like Oregon or something, and it took months and months and months just to dig a tunnel down to like extract the thing. Outside the main championships, the careers have showcase events where you get all the alternate events like bowling, autocross, and so on. Give you a car instead of using one from your garage, which sounds good. Yes, it does. That sounds amazing. So what's the problem? They don't show you the stats. Fucking magic versus actual machines, right? It's easier to pitch fucking magic solutions because, you know, your stats need to exist hypothetically on renders and spreadsheets and don't have to actually compare to real performance data from actual machines like trains. To back all the way out of the event to change your selection. One of these events is 125 PI spread between the fastest and slowest car. Oh my god. So you have the like ultimate time to death problem where you select the wrong car at the beginning and have no idea that you've already failed before you even start pressing the gas. Most outrageous S-Class cars in the world. Does the game actually give a shit about if you win or not, though, right? Because that's something that's demotivating about Forza. Like, I'm happy to keep playing it. I want to play through all the World Tour stuff, because at least the World Tour, like, threatens to occasionally throw me a track I've never seen before. Or a loadout that's interesting. But the feeling that the game doesn't give a shit whether I'm succeeding or failing is just really, it just takes all the wind out of my sails constantly. I was actively having a blast in Enthusia on that one, the race at the very end where I had to like do like a slalom with a really fast race car, and I could like actively feel what it was trying to teach me, and I failed like 50 times, and it was great. Because the game's like, fuck you, you can't get to the next level and see what the next level is until you pass this, idiot. Yes, it's wonderful. Don't just say that was good enough, whatever. Let me keep playing. It's a checklist thing for showcases? Okay. You wouldn't get your little checkbox. Sure, that makes sense, yeah. Just, wow, how could they fuck this up? I think that's, I can totally hear what you're saying, because it's like, it's almost more frustrating when things exist for no reason than when they're bad. Like, I'd rather it be bad. Like, there are some things in Rogue Legacy 2 that we were playing yesterday, where it's, I don't like them. I think that it's kind of a bad choice, and it has kind of unintended consequences that make the game feel bad to play. But I'm never mad about it, because I'm like, well, you know, they're deliberately trying something. They're really trying to make this work. And it's clear that this is like been the product of a lot of iterations for them compared to Rogue Legacy 1. And if they make a Rogue Legacy 3, they're probably going to change how they handle it next time based on what they've learned from this one. It doesn't feel like it's just arbitrary, right? It just, nobody thought of it. It kind of seems like the problem you're describing, like it's bad because they just didn't care. Like, I can respect risk-taking in game design a lot, even if it ends up not working out. And it does seem, and we've said a lot in these sessions, that the simulationist car developers are, like, heavily risk-averse. Do we know anything about what it's like to work for the developers of Forza, or what it's like to work for the developers of Gran Turismo? Like, we gotten any behind the scenes look at that? I say all this, and I'm imagining, like, you know, it always hurts my heart when people are mean to, like, MMO developers, right? If something's not going well for them, that they're just, like, cruel sometimes, and it's like, don't you know that there's nobody on this earth who's more invested in making their art good than these people on this team, right? Like, if anyone's disappointed that the servers aren't working or that people aren't enjoying it, it's almost certainly them. And like that empathy extends very far, but there are certain products where it's like, you can't even feel the fingerprints of the artist in the first place. Eight-month contractors for a game that took years to make. That makes a lot of sense, yeah. Because I'm over here thinking, like, you know, you gotta, like, somebody who wants to go into game design and they very desperately want to make a new Forza game because they love Forza and it's important to them. Like, they want to make their best possible game, right? And so, you know, one of them gets in charge of, they're like the project manager in charge of the career mode or the world tour mode or whatever, right? They want to make it as good as they can, and they're disappointed when they've got budget restraints or they've got to ship it by a certain date and they have to cut things that they really desperately wanted to be in there. But I don't know, I guess I play this and it doesn't, I sense lack of intentionality rather than bad intentionality or intentionality that was affected adversely by budget cuts or time constraints or whatever, right? You can feel that in a lot of more traditional games where it's like, I can see they had a really ambitious idea with this level, but they must have ran out of money and just kind of had to cut it off where they cut it off. Like, you know, this seems to be the complete product. Being made by an auteur who pioneered the genre and sold stupid amounts of copies. That's an interesting point. I forgot that that is true about Gran Turismo, right? That, like, it started with an auteur designer who had a big vision, and, like, that's why the genre exists, because of this great artist, and that has kind of just been lost in the effort to recreate it over and over and over. Oh. Oh. Okay. Wasn't great. Couldn't rewind yet. Had to fight to get Gran Turismo 1 made, and then it was the best-selling PS1 game of all time. Interesting. We're about to see that happen with Mattel, right? Trying to make toy movies out of all their IPs, not really understanding that... What is... The exact same thing happened to me. Am I just slipping right at the start of the race or something? I don't think I'm substantively doing anything different at the start of this one. I think I've learned that the grass is sticky, but it's not that sticky. The sand is really sticky. That's more true with the faster cars. How have the last few generations of Gran Turismo been steps? So can you give an example of a mistake that you think from recent GT? going okay, not so much now. Oh yeah, way too fast there. Okay. I just made the huge mistake of briefly considering, what am I actually doing with my hands right now? Like, what am I doing when I'm tapping the analog stick or letting off the trigger? Don't do that. It's not helpful. Just let your brain do it. Don't think about it. Whatever you do, don't think about it. This is an extremely vibes-based game, which is very interesting. I think almost all games run on that to some extent, outside of like maybe turn-based games, but even Souls games are like deliberate enough that if I've got a feel for when I should dodge an attack, I can still kind of convert that to, okay, wait for when I see his sword hit this point and then press the A button. I can kind of think about what I'm doing with my controller and not have it throw me for a huge loop like this does. The game economy was fucked on launch. I just thought that the exclusivity of collector cars was something worth simulating. Oh yeah, and the super spread out rolling starts. This is a funny one. Kind of like a chubby butler. Oh, okay, that one wins. Tony Hawk is also incredibly vibes-based gameplay.
Today we return to New Hampshire for another event on the winding track at Maple Valley Raceway.
Okay. Stay on S, I guess. That Bugatti is pogging. Yeah. Oh, I'm having these weird start problems now. Try to figure it out. Maybe I'm too much gas. This is also a fantasy track that you said has made it onto later games. Chat swerve. Thought I was safer there than I was. Excuse y'all. This one's pretty. I feel like I haven't seen this one very much. The hero track. I see. That's the Alps track in this one. I think overall that's my favorite track in this one. The crazy twisty Italian one is probably number 2. And I actually really like the oval one. Not because it was terribly interesting, but it just like felt so different from everything else. I guess maybe an issue as someone that's new to the genre is I don't really frequently get the ability to like look down the mountain here. Like, I can tell if I really think about it, like, man, I bet, you know, if you teleported this race into 13 hours ago Marstead's hands, that I would be slamming into walls and having a horrible time. I don't know, I guess, like, Enthusia felt like it was giving me the look down the mountain pretty frequently by occasionally throwing me stages that were similar to stages that I had done before but struggled on, and then the feeling of being able to sight read them, right? It's like, oh yeah, I don't think I would have been able to sight read that if this was me from an hour and a half ago. That's cool. I have learned something. I think the game is, like, markedly more fun at the higher, like, engine tiers, which makes perfect sense, right? If that's the whole pitch. Like, you want the car to control as badly as possible and the race to be as fast as possible, because then it actually feels like a very distinct game from Mario Kart with shitty handling. I guess that's something that Enthusia kind of does, that it's simultaneously structured in the driving revolution mode at being accessible to someone who's not familiar with simulationist racers, but also is really unforgiving. Like I was describing last time with the kind of comparing this to the RS3 problem, where it's like the developers are very concerned with accessibility is the wrong word, with like expanding the audience to new players. But then they make decisions that are, like, really bad for onboarding and retaining new players, right? They're, like, nominally interested in bringing in new people, but then all the choices they make are horrible for retaining them. It seems really frustrating.
Today you'll get back on track at Northamptonshire, England's Silverstone racing.
And I think what's infuriating about it is that there's usually some kind of, like, stated rationale that, like, makes sense on paper, or if you don't think about it too much. You're like, oh, the example I gave for RS3 is, oh, we're going to remove all of the prerequisites from the endgame quests because it's intimidating to a new player to start playing the game. And, you know, we're marketing the game based on this new quest we just released, and that quest has, like, 500 hours of prerequisite content before you're able to access it. So we're just going to remove all the prerequisites from it, right? And that's going to be good for onboarding, because then people can join the game and find out, you know, this thing that is so hot that everyone wants to check out, and they'll be able to engage with it immediately as soon as they sign in. But it's like, again, your core loop is about patience and being patient and perseverant enough to get to the 500-hour unlock. So if you give me the 500-hour unlock at the beginning, like, I get how that makes sense in something like World of Warcraft, where the objective is to play with my friends as soon as possible. But in a primarily single-player, patience-driven experience, you're offering me the anti-product as the product, right? And so I think similarly, like, Forza 4 is admirable for giving you, like, here, let's start the game and we'll turn on all these assists so that it controls like Mario Kart. It's like, but the game isn't Mario Kart. The thing you're trying to pitch me on is the thing that is fundamentally not that at all, right? And so it should be there as part of, like, a structured tutorial or something that I have to work through to unlock the game that you want me to play. But you can't just, like, have it be toggles that I set if I want to set them. I think part of developer intentionality in game design is making choices that you know are going to make the player uncomfortable, or not, or deny them something that they want right away. You know what I mean? Like, denial of satisfaction is a very important like core game design element, you know, in the Metroidvania, you walk past the ledge that requires the double jump to get to it, and you go, oh man, I want to see what's up there. I'll have to come back later when I get the double jump, right? Like, racing games just feel like they... Well, these kinds of racing games, I should say, feel like they'd have no interest in doing that at all. Yeah, I'm happy to hear it. I think it's a very legitimate problem. The cash bonuses for turning off assists. Yeah. Yeah, I wish it was easier to have the discussion there about the margins of accessibility and deliberate denial. It seems like it's a very fraught battlefield because you get the get good douchebags, right? The get good Dark Souls douchebags who actively want to gatekeep the game. They don't want other people in their hobby, and that's bad. But it's good that the game is designed the way it is and that it has things like the poison swamp or the janky controls, because that's like part of what makes it different from every other game that exists. So, like, how do you have that conversation? I think we talk about this on stream all the time, not in the context of racing games. Like, my global solution is to just have either cheat codes or have an accessibility menu that is made available to the player, but it's clearly cordoned off somewhere where it's obvious that this is not how we intend you to play. You can turn it on if you want to, you know, if that makes you feel like you could enjoy it, but if you choose to opt into this, you're not playing it as we meant it. Here, it's almost the opposite. It's like in Forza 4, those are all turned on by default, so it's not clear to me without you telling me you're not supposed to have those on. Like, that's not the game if those are on. They're on by default, but you're supposed to turn those off. It's like the exact inverse of the way I'd like it to be. Have a little secret menu you go in to turn on, like in Celeste, you know, infinite jumps or no damage or whatever. It's fine. Like, put it there. It's not hurting anybody. Convey to me that I'm not supposed to press it. Yeah, I wish that discussion wasn't so fraught and the battlefield wasn't littered with like bad faith assholes who want to jump in and say, yeah, fuck accessibility options. Right? It makes it very hard to talk about in good faith, I think. It'd be amazing if you could wholly disconnect the discussion about denying instant gratification to players in your art from the aspect of like getting good enough to get the gratification, right? Like I see how those have become linked, but I don't think they necessarily need to be linked. Like, to me, dying for 2 hours to a boss in Dark Souls isn't about getting good enough to not die, it's about the dying. And there's so much like discourse about how no, it's about the winning part of it. Like, no, I think the core loop is the losing part. I think that's the part that's good. I think that's where the art is. It's also kind of a perseverance game, right? It's not so much that you win eventually, it's that you didn't give up. Despite overwhelming textual and mechanical hints that you should probably just give up, right? Shit. Yeah. I think it maps very much onto this Forza racing game problem, even though they're very different kinds of games. They both kind of have a gatekeeping problem. They both kind of have a preferred mode of play that is, in fact, very difficult and extremely deliberate and demanding. They both have a desire to try to make that more accessible to new players, which is admirable. But then it goes about like diminishing the identity of what the game is in the attempt to do that. And I think it ends up making it worse, both for the new people who are trying it out for the first time and for the veterans who just like it as it is. So it's like an everybody loses type of situation, right? I don't like that there's these discourses. I mean, this is true of society right now. This isn't a video game thing. But I don't like when you can have a rational, friendly, good faith discourse about something, and you can have these people who are like sitting in the shadows waiting to jump in and go, fuck yeah, I agree with your legitimate criticism for this very bad faith reason, and like piggyback off of your good faith criticism to say something that sucks. You know what I mean? It's like I guess it's a uniquely internet problem. It would be like if you were, you know, in a restaurant or something, and a person on the table to the left of you was eavesdropping on your conversation and jumped in to hijack it and take it in a different direction. Yeah. I got you. Oh yeah, it's very frustrating. It's tough to get on the internet and say, like, I think that the next, you know, simulationist racing game should be deliberately hard, and should tone down on the instant gratification stuff and not have people go, yeah, you know, fuck new people trying to enjoy racing games. Like, no, it's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that if we want to convert new people, we have to, like, establish why this is a distinct thing. And I think Enthusia is the right way to handle that, because Enthusia has the equivalent of the, you know, accessibility, turn on the traction control, turn on the ABS, but it has a structured way to remove those training wheels from you so you understand what's happening to you and how you're supposed to be experiencing it. Oh, yeah, I didn't even think about MTX. Yeah, you know, without you mentioning it, I can imagine there being this sort of person who's like, you know, I'm a dad with a job. I don't have 30 hours just thinking of this game. I just want to race the car I want to race. I'm happy to drop $5 in it. Right, like the Shin Megami Tensei 4, there's this DLC that makes me get XP twice as fast, and it's like dad mode or streamer mode or whatever, and it's, oh, I don't know. I get it. I get that argument. I've made that argument before myself, but I think, and I made this point repeatedly in the old school RuneScape video essay, I think the word grinding is like It's a broken word. We misused it. Shame on society. It doesn't mean anything anymore. We need to find other subwords that mean something similar. I think we use grind as a derisive term to mean anything that resembles like labor in a video game. And grind means the same thing whether it's like kind of a deliberate design choice that's aimed at testing your patience versus a kind of cynical play by the publisher to get you to play the game for more hours or to sink money into it or whatever. And bringing it back to RuneScape, like my argument is that RuneScape is a game that is about patience and perseverance and labor at its core. And so if you introduce a mechanic that reduces the amount of necessary labor, you're diminishing the product, because the whole point of the art is the labor part. Finding joy in your labor fantasy simulator, great. I don't know, I feel like there's a semantics problem where if someone says, I think that in a game like this, you should have to work your way up to the fast cars, you should have to work your way up to the difficult content, you should have to earn the fun part of the game by kind of like eating your vegetables. There's somebody who hears that and says, oh, you just want the game to be a big grind. Oh, you just want this to be inaccessible to people who aren't, you know, sweaty, stinky chair, poop sock people who don't have time to play it for 40 hours a week. And it's like, no, there's a middle ground there. And it's frustrating that it seems to like infect this sort of genre as much as it does, because, you know, nobody would say, hey, I'm gonna, you know, it's unfair to have Metroidvanias that you don't start with the space jump. Every Metroidvania, you should start with the space jump. You should start the game, you should be able to fly immediately. And every Metroidvania, it's like, well, no, the whole point of the game is that you don't start with that ability, that you're denied that instant gratification, and you have to, like, unlock it. And sure, like, the whole game is maybe only 6 hours long or 8 hours long, but I don't think anyone would say that, like, there's no debate there. No one would say, oh, you're if you don't want the instant gravity jump in Metroid, then you just want grinds in games. Make it. Yeah, it's okay. In case racing sim, part of the difficulty curve should be advancing from slow cars to fast cars. Forza wants to be classic, Nazi, and leave all the difficulty to the assist in the AI. Right, exactly. That's been fun about all the other games we've played. Like, Midnight Club 2 is getting harder as you're getting faster and faster cars and going up against faster and faster cars. Mega Man's like Metroidvania adjacent, because sometimes you'll have, you know, getting a power up from one robot master will unlock a path in another one's stage, but they're never necessary. These cars, like, they already mean nothing to me other than their faces, but as soon as they start, like, having the racing sponsorships on them, this is like, I'm at Walmart, it's 2008. I'm looking at the Wii game case, and I'm looking at a copy of Horses for the DS or something. So I'll just pick one. This one's blue.
Today, we return to the Infineon Raceway, a demanding road course just north of San Francisco.
Hey Ben, you here to be a bastard? What's up? He took sides in a religious schism between the two factions of Australian car enthusiasts. Yeah, I think it's important to good game design. I would boil it down to denial of gratification. I think that that's probably the best way to put it, because that distances itself a little bit from kind of the toxic discussion on grind, which again I think is so loaded, and we need to like jettison the term. It means nothing now. I wish we could talk more earnestly about games that ask you to do labor, and how that's okay and not necessarily like automatically a bad thing because it reminds us of the real world labor that we do for money, you know. But like, you're supposed to like enjoy your labor. It's kind of like a fundamental thing that all video games provide, is the feeling of having accomplished something that you didn't have to do, that was in fact a waste of time. But I hear myself making these points, and I hear them mirrored by Get Good Dark Souls douchebag, right? And I cringe at myself. I don't know how you frame it. I guess the comparison would be like to art that's deliberately challenging, to like a movie or something that sets out to not just give you happy feelings constantly, but to make you feel sad or uncomfortable or uncertain or confused, right? And that's like a tool in the toolbox. And it should be for this kind of game. Like, you should be able to say, you know what? You don't know how to drive this car. I was like delighted there was an enthusiast level that said something like, hey, because of the layout of this track, you don't know where the checkpoints are, so you're just gonna have to memorize them, which means we do not expect you to succeed on this on your first race. In fact, you're not gonna succeed on it for several races until you've memorized the layout of the track. And to just have the game like say that to me was really just kind of powerful. Like, I don't expect you to sight read this. I expect you to put in the work and kind of understand it without having to sight read it. But I guess like part of the problem is like all of this maps onto non-art, non-video game, real-world discourse about working hard and not having handouts and stuff that's like super fucking gross. Yeah, it's a minefield to try to talk about. I hate it. I hate it so much. I hate it talking about easy mode in Dark Souls. I hate it talking about this. How many ways can you safely say there is merit in making the player suffer before they can succeed in a video game, in, you know, in an art space where the arrangement is inherently consensual, right? I am consenting to be challenged by this game. Yeah, that's otherwise a very hard. You're not gonna kick this off with a tweet or on a Reddit or something, because you know, a lot of people listening in Okay. Heat 2. Ow. I don't think that discourse has directly stalled or caused racing games to become stagnant or anything. I'm sure it's taken into account players don't want to grind in their games or whatever, but... Power fantasy of being a good driver, not the power fantasy of being a god who wins everything, yeah. The power fantasy of working your way up. Right. Type 2 fun is genuine fun. It doesn't mean attempts to abuse the human psychological tendency to create fun of either Type 1 or Type 2 is okay. That's a fair way to put it. Type 2 fun is genuine and distinct fun from Type 1 fun. Right, I guess part of my argument with the Dark Souls thing is that, like, it would be, if it wasn't the way it was, it would be a fundamentally different product. It would harm the identity of the thing in some way. Oh, I haven't seen that. Ralph Coaster? Look it up. Is it like wish fulfillment versus the opposite of that, wish denial? Oh, cool. Yeah, I'll check it out. Theory of fun for game design. Oh, cool. I'll look it up. Yeah, it sounds up my alley. I'm reading a game design book now. I have to go look up the author's name, but I heard him on, he was on a podcast talking about the Souls games and how feeling like you're in like the ruins of a dying world kind of resonates with real life experience in some ways, and then feeling but that life goes on in some way is powerful to the art. Made me want to read the book. Going on a strenuous hike is type 2 fun. That's real. It doesn't mean making someone stand all day when working at cash register is okay. Right.
Your performance in the Semi-Pro Series has earned you an entry into the Expert Division.
Hooray, Expert Division. I like how these names effectively mean nothing because of how much they let you scale the cars, but that's fine.
It challenges you to master some of the fastest road cars available.
Yeah, the difference is like you consent to go on a strenuous type 2 hike, or yeah, strenuous hike. You don't consent to needing to put groceries on your table, so you have to stand all day at your shitty cashier job that doesn't give you a chair. Yeah. The thing about being a literal driving god is that not only is it boring narratively, it's also just boring to play. Yeah. See, I feel that way with a lot of games. I think a lot of games do lean into like the like extreme power fantasy thing, and it's always fun for like 5 minutes. I get how though that's I don't want to like poo-poo that too much though. That's kind of what I don't like about Dynasty Warriors. I feel like I get the entirety of Dynasty Warriors after I play it for an hour every time I encounter some version of it. But I get that there's also people who just want to play that for 50 hours, and that's completely fine. Andrea will often make the argument that she doesn't want to play games that are like super hard or puzzling because her job is using her brain a lot and having to work through very difficult real-world puzzles, so she doesn't want to do that in her leisure time. So it's like, okay, that makes sense. I can see why you want that. It's kind of been a penny arcade discussion for years too, that Tycho is more than willing to suffer for games and Gabe does not want to suffer under any circumstances. And I also totally get that. I think maybe part of the problem is that we pitch these things as like a binary that's like, okay, there's either this kind of game or that kind of game. And you're either this kind of a gamer or that kind of a gamer. But I think that like your tolerance is probably going to be in a pretty different level for different experiences. Even someone who just wants to play a super easy ARPG where you just click around and mobs of enemies die, and there's no gear, and there's no loot, and there's no levels. You just go around, you click things, and they explode. Like, they're gonna get to a point where they're more bored than if the game had some progression or some challenge, right? It's harder because you have to live up to it the entire time. Yeah. Right, so when you're not living up to it, you're just, like, completely failing, planting into a wall over and over. You're not... Yeah, I see what you're saying, because like Enthusia didn't do that for me. Enthusia, I would be like working. I'm doing okay now, and then like a level that gives me my humility back. Oh nope, I still need to learn how to do this. Working. I overcame that now. Now I have this new toolkit. If I encounter a similar challenge in the future, I know how better to handle it. Like there's like an ebb and a flow to it, instead of it just being peaked constantly all the time, where it's just either you're completely succeeding or you're completely failing. Hey Ravanon, you were talking about playing Elden Ring with a mod that like lets you retrieve your souls automatically, and I think like that would be fine if they just want to put that in the game. Just hide it in a menu somewhere, call it the accessibility menu. Have a little pop-up that says, hey, we didn't design the game around you using any of these. That wouldn't bother me in the slightest. Come on. Right. I don't want to go like full relativist. I do think that there is such a thing as predatory labor in games, where it's like, this is here to make the game longer. This is not a deliberate... I think that the reason people complain about grind has a real, true origin in actual games that were unnecessarily grindy. Yeah. But I also hear your point that like everyone's tolerances are going to be different, and what they decry as an unacceptable kind of like predatory grind versus a celebration of the joy of labor will vary from person to person, and that's fine. But I think we should still be able to discriminate between the extremes there. That's an interesting way to put it, yeah. I guess I would argue, and would welcome a rebuttal, that Persona, if you encountered every random battle with a unique loadout of Personas exactly once, or maybe at most twice or 3 times, and then they despawned and never appeared again, that the game essence would not be substantively changed, that like the core experience of playing Persona would be the same. It would just be like 70 hours shorter. Well, let's be realistic, 10 hours shorter. Racing and sports and general entertainment in terms of being about more than just the results devoid of context. Yeah, right? That was one of the first things that finally started to sell me on, as a person who used to be kind of an asshole about sports. I used to be the kind of person who would say, ooh, sports ball, they should call football hand-egg, right? And kind of realizing from my friends who are into sports, like, no, there's like a story here, right? There's context, there's a narrative. This is exciting because this person has this history. This happened to them when they were in Miami, and then happened when they moved to Cleveland, right? And I think video games trying to divorce the context, just kind of like, well, what's the point? Like, it's already pointless. It's already a little bubble that we make up just to kind of have fun with something. But if you remove the human element from it, you remove the story of triumph, and it's just, hey, there's a guy who is really good at driving. How do you get, who cares? There is a disembodied car that was really good at driving. That's the story. I'll beat the next boss's DPS check. You need to be 30 levels higher. There's no way for you to get there. In 15 hours battling over and over, and that's a trash labor grind. Yeah, I would agree. Congratulations.
Now it's off to try your hand once again at the Iberian International Circuit in sunny Spain.
It's fine. Like Shipbreaker's about doing literal labor over and over, and I enjoy it. And part of the reason is the context of being about the labor. Yes, yes, exactly. Thank you for coming up with a game that wasn't RuneScape, because I know that there's a lot of people who are like, I don't ever want to play RuneScape. Fuck that shit. You can understand it through something like Hard Space Shipbreaker, which is the same concept. It's literally about doing labor. Hillbilly soap opera. I have that same thing with, I like that about pro wrestling. It's also like Olympic level dangerous stunts done live. You overfocus on athletes' personal lives, which happens a lot. In the professional lives, there's going to be a story there. Sure, yeah. This is a cool stage. I don't know if I've been on this one before. Maybe once. This is funny, but I think turning the green racing line off has made me a little bit better at this game. Not because it wasn't helpful, but because I think it was giving me bad feedback. I was kind of internally thinking anytime I wasn't driving on the green line that I was doing something wrong. And so my brain was just kind of subconsciously going, okay, well, don't do that, don't do that. And here it's just based on, am I in first and am I overtaking? I don't give a shit. And using the yellow and the red as a way to eyeball how much I need to brake. Gotcha. Yeah. Oh, shit, what? See, this has happened to me a couple times where, like, turning the stick just does nothing. It's good. I don't know if that's connected to some decision I've made in game. Sure. You're sacrificing it. Yeah, and I guess there's no way to, there is a way to programmatically determine the optimal racing line. There's no way to programmatically determine whether you're ignoring the racing line was ultimately better for you. I guess you can just say, did I overtake? Then yes, it was better. And that's the problem, is not knowing very much about it. If I'm not on the green line, if I have the green line displayed, I feel like I'm doing something wrong every time. Kind of gives me that RTS feeling where if I overtake by avoiding the green line, instead of going, aha, I made a smart tactical decision, I'm like, well, I had to cheat to win, so... But I know that that's not true, right? Right.
Now it's back to Fujimi Kaido for a race among the twisting mountain roads of Japan.
This might be fun. Is this our initial D level? Oh, it's a nice, distinct concept for a stage. We need more distinct concepts for stages. It's really pretty too. Alright, so doing this in a fast car might be a bit of a struggle. Oh, and there's traffic? Oh, I'm shifting in the wrong direction. Whoops. I think I did this one other time in the very first episode before I turned any assists off. You versus one rival, right? Oh god, I didn't realize I was that close to the wall. Doing the racing line, but slow. I was gonna say, it's funny that they don't seem to care about what lane they're in. This is tough with this car. This is more like driving up the mesa. scared to do 45. They have like more forgiving damage on this level or something. Okay. I don't really remember this level. One column with 4 stages each. Everybody's a cool snake. I guess snakes are just aerodynamic creatures. I don't have any angry guys. I was avoiding angry guys on principle. We can have one angry guy. Oh, shit. Okay. Thanks for stopping me. How did I get it? It's the next most interesting phase. You completed this event. Okay.
Head off once again to the dynamic twin-ring Motegi circuit in Tochigi Prefecture, Japan.
I have 0 sense whatsoever. So this is this level 4 or level 5 in the World Tour? World 4 or World 5? I get that it's level 4 of 14 in this division. Is the game ever gonna like push me to try R3, 2, and 1, or is it gonna just let me sit in S for the whole game if I want to? Does it have R3, R2, and R1? Is that the fastest? Gambit gonna pay off? Maybe. Oh, interesting. doing okay, and then I kind of lost the thread on that turn. I see. I see. Well, maybe I'll start, since I've run out of things to turn off other than the racing line, I'll stay in S for the rest of this episode, and then we can try R3 next episode. And then R2 the episode after that, and R1 the episode after that. I feel like that probably has a significant effect on handling. Change of turning off ABS is definitely noticeable. I think I was just happening to already brake the way I kind of needed to anyway. Yeah. Would you say that driving racing cars is the objective with this kind of game? Or that it's just different from driving a S-tier road car? In the sense that, like, driving a front-wheel drive Chevy Spark is not playing Forza. It's different? Okay. We're done. Yeah, and Enthusia, that last level I ended on was like a race car, and I could like feel the car sucking onto the road. It was kind of cool. The stage was still really hard, even though I was able to enjoy that benefit. Oh god, don't look at chat. Landed on a strategy for shifting that's probably not dissimilar for how I would shift in a real car. Probably not optimal though. I wish this was adjusting the AI difficulty based on my performance. I can't tell if it is or if it's just based on like how far along the World Tour you are or what like tier you're in. I hate having no idea based on computer performance how I'm performing in relation to them. That's infuriating.
You're on your way back to Italy to test your luck on the Mugello Autodromo Internazionale.
I think the only way to get an apples to apples comparison is to go into the event list, do a race on one AI setting and then turn it up a setting and just keep everything else exactly the same. Alligator. I also liked in that race car where I could feel it sucking me onto the track how badly the car wanted to go straight forward, and where I could like list to the left as part of the slalom and then let go of the stick, and instead of continuing to the left the car would just snap straight forward. That felt really cool. And I think the game had been structured up to that point to make sure that I understood what was happening there. I wish I could, like, is there a way to turn on so I can always see my rearview mirror in like a corner somewhere? Without being in first person? I know I can press a button to look at it, but I would try to actively drive to keep them from passing me. You win 3 in a row, they prompt you if you want to raise the difficulty. If you lose 2 in a row, they prompt you to lower it. I guess knowing what's happening is a benefit. I know people hate that sometimes because it can be like a hit to your ego. Oh shit. Doing okay without having to rewind there. go further back. I forgot about this whole little S turn here. Oops. That was a nice little reminder, though, of kind of thing that was happening all the time before. I like that the arrow disappears entirely if your speed is completely fine. I guess it was turning all the way green when the racing line was on before, right? But it's more obvious it going from yellow to not to like totally transparent than when it went from yellow to green. That's probably another big thing that's helping with the green line turned off. Sure. Do you think that's being made more extreme by the fact that I'm picking an S-tier car? I feel like it's incorrect for me to go back to the slow cars, but if that's like going to greatly inflate the length of the game, same area I'm having trouble with here. It's one where the racing line can only do so much because I have to be ready to turn in the opposite direction immediately. Okay. So if anything, having a faster car will make it be done sooner? Question mark? Oh, I see the second half of your message now. Sorry, I just tried to skim the first part. Whoa. Okay, so I have a very stupid question. Oops, and I should be thinking when I start to ask the question. Suppose I'm in third gear and my RPMs are very high, and I drop into second gear, but I'm not pressing the gas. Can I still cause engine damage, or does engine damage only happen if I drop gears and accelerate when my RPMs are too high? The rev zone drop instantly, okay. That's what I thought. So you try to pay attention to how much they're dropping. basically turning more quickly than the gear can handle, which can be true whether or not you're accelerating. Okay.
Today it's back to Dunsfold, England, for another event on the illustrious Top Gear test track.
Is it really illustrious? Can we really call it illustrious? It's gonna drop me down to B, huh? Oh, okay. Oops. Can I, like, hit more of the pins by going at it faster? Like, does it send the pins flying further or something? This mode, like, I like this mode because I'm getting some video game, but at the same time, it's, like, kind of lazy, like, in a way that's charming. Like, the pins don't come off your cart realistically at all, right? They just kind of, like, rest on the top of your cart and float off. I like it. I wish they'd do this more often. I don't know why they reserve it for this Top Gear thing. The yellow pin's worth more or something? Whoops. Yeah, let's rewind. I didn't realize to rewind here. That's weird. Like, obviously it can't be realistic if your wheel was actually having to drive over the pin, right? But we're willing to do that. You think it's like the appeal of Top Gear? I assume that that's an event on Top Gear or something. I've never watched the show. I'm aware of it through cultural osmosis.
You're off to
Three
the
buddies who like cars
Indianapolis
dick
Motor
around
Speedway once
in
again
stuff that's car
to
adjacent,
prove your skill.
basically. I'd rather get into a faster car, so I guess. Do the A for now. We'll wait to do R3 until next week. The bowling thing isn't? Okay. I was wondering, like, did the appeal of Top Gear force them to put something that was kind of video gamey in their sandbox? And people like this so much we have to put it in there? It's funny. They've done similar stuff. Okay, yeah. Stuff that's like spectacular, I guess. Spectacle driven. Right. That was kind of my read. Is the Grand Tour a suitable replacement, or is it kind of a shell of its former self? Well, damn, bud. Oh wow, that's a horrible place to rewind to. Ah, sure. I gotcha. Does that make sense given the name? They have some, like, faceless driver named the Stig or something like that. It's amazing what cultural osmosis can do for you, and not do for you in some cases. That was almost bad. Interesting, it's like the amount of stickiness of the grass goes up exponentially if you get more than one car length in, which makes sense, but I've kind of learned to abuse the fact that it doesn't really care about the grass that's immediately touching the track. Oh, that's kind of cool. Then COVID happened, yikes, yeah. Star in a reasonably priced car, that's fun. And my read was that it was always just like, hey, it's these guys who just have a lot of chemistry with each other and they're funny. And also there are cars. It's very funny to me to imagine like the market pressures at play, that the game so desperately doesn't want to be a video game, but it also desperately wants to include a tie-in with Top Gear. You can't do a tie-in with Top Gear that's not fundamentally video gaming because they're kind of like silly dudes, right? And so in that case, the tie-in wins. Most of the Stig you like. No racing drivers ever said anything interesting in an interview ever. How do we have a driver on the show testing fast cars without having to have to interview them? The answer is to make it a bit. That's funny. Oh, that's funny. Okay, so championship means we're going to make you do it twice for some reason. Got it. Literally the same race, right? Oh, okay. So like the price they'd pay for coming on the show, like you go on hot ones, you gotta eat some spicy wings, you go on Top Gear, you gotta drive the car. That's funny. The lighting is different though. I hate this. It's fine, but you know how I am with degenerate content in games. Do it again. Yeah, maybe go in reverse or something, right? I see. Go in reverse. Change out the cars I'm racing against. Make me use a different car for the same race. Make me use a different, like, route on the same track if that exists. Literally anything other than just do it again. Right. It's not a huge deal. It's just like, come on, guys. What are we doing here? Sure, yeah. Yeah, they didn't want to call it do it twice. Even if they did something where it's like your positioning in the second race is based on your performance in the first race, that's still at least something different. Not much. Like, they can make it so that the first race is just a time trial, right, against some kind of target, and then the second race is we position you based on your performance in the time trial. I mean, it's still not very different, but it's better. Video games. Oh god, I hate these cars. American stock car, yeah, that's true. This one's blue. Oh my god, are the headlights like spray painted on? Is that like a decal? It really stands out against all the other cars.
Today you'll revisit
I don't care if the
Switzerland
headlights are
and twists and
decals. It's just
turns
wild
of
that
the
that one
Bernese
car it
Alps.
is. Okay, let's get back on S, and then this is probably my last race. Lauterbrunnen. Shouldn't have looked to my left. Okay. Still recovering from glancing to one side. Okay, we'll get there. I don't think so. Come on. Not my day. That body damage can have effects on like my aerodynamics and affect my top speed theoretically. It gets really severe anyway. Shit. think I'm just tilting on this race. I made some early mistakes and I'm really struggling to recover from them here. I think it's possible for me to not hit him at that rewind point. Yeah, okay. That's irritating, yeah. It'd be nice if they did some kind of thing where, like, if you watch a certain number of hours of Twitch, that you can set it to auto-renew Prime. I've said before, I get why they don't let you do that. They don't want you using your grandma to sub to somebody and just forget about it, but you're watching Twitch all the time. It's just kind of an annoyance. Or at least add a grace period or something. Now is not the time. I think this track, I like it a lot, but it has a lot of points where I think I'm safe to glance over at chat, and I'm totally not. Oh, this seems kind of like a straightaway. Come on. Yeah. Teaches anti-patience, right? Actively teaches a bad lesson. Yeah, it's like you want to do things that are inappropriate right at the start of the race, so then you can drive smartly for the rest of it. It's not great. I think they benefit from just having other cars on the track that aren't, like, you're not racing against them, but they're there to just be traffic that you have to pass. I think the benefit of being in first place is just, like, geometrically too powerful. Bad for game design. In the same way that, like, Risk is poorly designed, the board game. Able to recover. That wasn't a championship, was it? Yeah, if it's a binary win-lose, everyone between you and first is an obstacle rather than an opponent, exactly. And they're identical to just being traffic.
Now it's back to Japan for a race on the world-renowned Suzuka circuit.
All right, future Marstead, you're picking up from here in the World Tour. Keep doing S for now. After you feel comfortable with S, after a few races, maybe try R3 if you get an option, once you get an option. This game is just auto-saving all the time, right? I guess I've never asked that question before. I think I'm fine.